All right, I will start out by making sure you guys can hear me clearly. I want to make sure the right microphone is plugged in. In the meantime, I will start talking unless you guys let me know it's difficult to hear. But nonetheless, good morning, everybody. We are looking at the arrival of a wintry mix today. And when it comes to impacts, it's one of those unique scenarios. Yet again, here we are with a tricky forecast. Mother Nature doesn't want to give us an easy one, does she? But I want to talk to you guys about what's going on right now, what you guys can expect, what we know, what we don't know. Basically, everything to prep you for the day today. Because, here's the thing. When a day like today happens, to be fair, all you guys are asking us, well, what's going to be like tomorrow? And it's so complicated to answer that question just because, the locations, the time frame, it literally could be everything. And then I feel bad saying that answer because it doesn't answer your question. So I'm going to try my best to give you guys an idea of what's happening right now. Start, again, our forecast we put out right now, it's trending more on the warmer side, but just keep in mind, no forecast is going to be accurate today, 100% accurate. There are spots that are going to be forecasted for snow that might see rain, sleet that might see freezing rain. We're a very fine line here, but I will tell you the most likely scenario, what I think is going to happen, and I will stick to my guns on it because I do not want to wiggle around ideas of what's going on. I'll tell you guys what's going on, what I know, what's going on currently, and what to expect. So let's begin. Looks like I'm doing this so my camera can track me here. There we go. So let's look at the radar now. So we've got some rain mixing in. This is as expected here. We do have some of that warmer air working its way through. Keep in mind, let me fix the scale on top for you guys. You guys know what colors I'm talking about. So, excuse me. We've got 4 color scales in the top. Purple is sleet, freezing rain is pink, snow is blue, and rain is green to yellow, depending on the intensity here. So based off the colors in the scale on the top, you guys can have an idea of what's going on in certain locations. However, these are radar indications, and we don't like to put out current conditions using just the radar until we get confirmation that something is going on near the surface. So a big shout out to all you who've been sending me messages. What I'm getting led to believe right now is that the hills of Otsego County are starting to see that mixing taking place. We got reports of pouring rain and sleet in West Edmiston, in Westford, light freezing rain, light rain in West Winfield. A lot of rainy conditions here. There was reports of freezing rain in Edmiston again, freezing rain in Unadilla. So this is a mainly Otsego County impact right now. So, and of course, while I'm live streaming, please, if you're out and about, just let me know what it's like in your area, because this is going to help tremendously with the forecast. I want to know how deep this warm layer is, because in full transparency, in forecasting this type of stuff, we legitimately have no idea what the atmosphere is doing between the surface and way up in the sky. We have models that estimate it, but unless we have a LiDAR or a weather balloon get sent up, we really don't have a clue. So ground reports are key, and we're basically estimating something that's already estimated to add variability to the forecast. So that's where we have concerns with forecasts regarding to accuracy. So anyways, we zoom out a little bit. we can see the overall movement. See how this rain is shifting north. It's colliding with that cold air present over the Mohawk Valley. As you head farther north, it's going to be more of a sleety, wet snow. And eventually, as I zoom out a little bit, we're going to see this is the dry slot here. This is expected to arrive in the early afternoon. This is the leading edge. Here's the dry slot. And there's a backside part of the system here, which I'll show, and I believe in the radar and satellite, which is right here. This backside low is going to eventually shift its way eastward into the area. And that'll bring rain transitioning over to snowfall. So let's look at temperatures and ground reports. So these are another beneficial tool to have. These stations around central New York have reports of conditions. So Binghamton reports rainfall. And in fact, while I'm here, yes, the icon shows rain, but sometimes the icons for rain and freezing rain might look very similar. Norwich reporting just rain right now, light rain. Binghamton Airport is reporting light freezing rain. So you can see here, this icon indicates freezing rain, and it looks a little different, but it's why I'm trying to clarify these things right now. We go to Hamilton in Madison County. It does have an unknown precip type, so I assume there's no recordings just yet right now. Rome obviously showing some clouds. Saranac Lake, share some of that sunshine with us, will you? But keep that cold up there. It's 12 degrees. All right. All right, I'm reading some of your comments now. Freezing rain in Little Falls. Thank you, Dan, for that comment. Icy rain Oneonta. Thank you, Patricia. Rain in Rome. Thank you, Jessica. Freezing rain in Columbus. Thank you, Lacey. And of course, you can check your comments yourself, guys, if you want ideas of what's going on in some areas. I'm going to go back here, hide my... sorry, as I'm looking at this, look at that. We got some thunderstorms in Pittsburgh. I just am caught off guard by that. But I'm going to hide myself here so you guys can see some of these graphics. So let's go to travel impacts. So these are our expected impacts today. We got that rain-snow mix arriving this morning, again, largely dependent on location. We got a mix of freezing rain this afternoon, trending less snowy. That's what I want to kind of get at today, is that it's trending a bit less snowy than previous thoughts, just because the models haven't really been super accurate on the current conditions regarding temperatures. In the evening, it's going to be pretty dry between, say, 1 to 4. As we head to like 5, 6, 7 o'clock, we've got that wintry mix switching back over to snow again. It was some lingering snow showers on Saturday. So let's time out our skycast. This is kind of what I wanted to get at here today. So you see that rain working its way, and you got that freezing rain. It's going to start transitioning over to some wet snow, especially as you head farther east and north of Utica. Cold air damming is where that will be likely taking place. But notice temperatures are very lenient in the mid-30s to low 30s. We are right around that freezing point, making this forecast so incredibly difficult. I wish I could stress to you guys just how difficult this forecast is. But nonetheless, we head into the early afternoon. We see that dry slot working in. There'll be some patchy freezing drizzle. We have that east wind moving into the Mohawk Valley. And then by 5 to 7, we're going to see the backside of that low produce rainfall, switching back over to wet snow as we head throughout the evening and into the overnight. Then some scattered snow showers overnight into early Saturday. That snow will be low impact, as well as on Sunday. We had a lot of people asking us questions regarding how Sunday is going to shape up. For now, that coastal storm that models are showing looks to stay mainly south of us. We might get some influence from that here, as you can see with those few scattered snow showers. With snowfall, here's a look at our map. We've got mostly rain south of the Mohawk Valley. Obviously, hilltop locations will be seeing more of a mix. We've got snow, ice, and even some freezing rain in the Mohawk Valley, basically everything but the kitchen sink. in that pink zone there. That pink zone will likely shift here and there throughout the day. Do not take that as a gospel for the exact locations. And now up north a bit more, at least, confident in where that's going to be. Snow and ice, a sleety snow, 2 to 4 inches of messy, slushy accumulation. So that's what we're looking at today. The latest model data. This is raw data for ice. You can see the general idea, mainly east and north of Utica, due to some potential cold air damming. But of course, that's the model data right now. I'm going to go back to the radar scans just because we've got some more reports coming in from you guys. So I'm going to go and put myself back up here on camera. Candy goes snowing in Cooperstown. Let's take a live look in Cooperstown right now, where I believe is the camera frozen. I think the camera is frozen right now. We're going to go back to it. Let's go to Oneonta. Let's see. I believe that might be frozen too. It's difficult to try to see the moving pixels here. The connection to go to these places is very long, so we sometimes lose connection from them. We'll go back to them though. Let's go to our tower cam, which now should be starting to see a few more, at least some changing conditions. I'm going to zoom out from our tower cam here. So you get to see it moving live here. Let's zoom out a little bit. All the way out. There we go. So here's our vantage point over the Mohawk Valley. I'm going to actually move the camera more toward the Mohawk Valley. Whoops. Here I am driving a tower cam right now. There we go. So we got some rain collecting. I believe that might be some freezing rain collecting on our tower cam there. So let's see. Let's go back here. All right. Now checking latest reports right now. All right. Freezing rain in Columbus. Very slippery. Yes, Lacey, you just sent that in. Thank you. Joseph goes light freezing rain in Rome. Okay, we have a report of freezing rain in Rome now. Debbie goes starting to have freezing rain in the hills outside of Burlington Flats. Let's go back to the radar here. Reminder, I have to change our scale in the top because I can't modify it midstream to all those four there so you guys have context what's going on. Marcia goes freezing rain in St. Johnsville. Thank you for that report. So you guys can see what you guys are reporting isn't always entirely accurate on the radar scan. So this is why it's incredibly important. Again, a huge thank you to all of you sending in your reports here. Okay, no other brand new condition reports right now. So for now, the biggest areas where freezing rain is taking place is in Otsego County, heading into the Mohawk Valley. The fact that it's already freezing rain in St. Johnsville tells me this is going to be a freezing rain event for the Mohawk Valley, a decent impact. Now, because we have that east wind, that warm air getting forced up north is not going to collide with that the Mohawk Valley. So if you live in the Mohawk Valley, expect a pretty icy start to your day today. I was waiting for this confirmation here, and again, Marcia coming in clutch with the official report here of ice, or at least freezing rain there. So basically, I'm going to turn off the radar scan here for a second, so I got to kind of draw you guys what's going on. So you guys can kind of see the outline here of the Mohawk Valley. We'll include here, we'll go all the way down here and right about there. So in this zone here, basically, you've got a cold pocket of air, and the winds are coming from the east. Now, the warmer air is coming in from the south. As long as that east wind stays underneath, it's going to keep supplying the Mohawk Valley with cold air while we have overrunning which basically means you have a prime setup for freezing rain. So again, we overlay the radar back up here again. You kind of see what's going to be taking place here. And hopefully the radar scans will eventually start to figure out what's going on here. In the meantime, I'm going to hide all this. I am going to load up our correlation coefficient. This is very helpful for sleet, which, as you can see here, yes, that basically when you see this, it means there are ice shards melting in the atmosphere. We've got a wintry mix taking place right now. The Albany radar is picking it up. The Binghamton radar is picking it up. And compared to, here's the thing, compared to Wednesday, you see a lot more of these brighter colors right here. They're closer to the radar scans. A quick remote sensing lesson here. Radar scans send signals out into the atmosphere. They actually send them out at an angle, so they go slightly up in the atmosphere. So the closer the signal is to the radar, the closer it is to the ground. As it goes farther out, you can see here, it gets higher and higher in the atmosphere to the point where it finally fades away. So when you see this stuff closer to the surface, it lets you know that there's a very narrow or very small warm layer near the surface, which is eroding quickly. But again, I'm using multiple radar scans here. You're going to see that mixing taking place here. And let's go back to the radar. So right now, again, if you're just tuning in, we've got that freezing rain here. Okay, Andrew reports sleet and freezing rain in East Herkimer. Thank you for the confirmation. Yes, this is likely what's going to be taking place now. And due to that east wind, I'm going to confirm that east wind right now. I'm using the New York State Mesonet, a great tool for this. Herkimer, east wind 8 miles an hour. Let's go to Sprakers, east wind at 10. Oppenheim, east wind at 9. Yes, but we've got that east wind, guys. I do definitely want to go on the more higher side regarding impacts for freezing rain in the Mohawk Valley right now. Just based off of these conditions, your reports, the winds, and everything taking place right now. Jim goes, Lee Center seeing a very faint drizzle going on. Feels like rain. Yeah, well, you might have too, and this might be a scenario some of you guys might experience as well. With this taking place in the atmosphere, you might have rain that doesn't quite look right. It hits your windshield and it behaves weird because it's actually sleet that's melted. So if you're driving this morning and the rain is hitting your windshield and it's kind of like bouncing off, but it's also melting, that's what you're experiencing, is sleet that's already melted. So if you experience that too, let me know, because that lets me know about the current conditions in your area. All right, any other reports? Let's see. West of Camden, light rain, drizzle, not freezing from Bruce. Thank you for that. I'm going to try to load up our Oneonta camera. Is that, no, still frozen here. Hopefully we get something loading up here quickly. Let's see, Cooperstown. Believe that is still a frozen image, correct? I'm going to try rebooting some of these here quick. But yes, we have quite the event going on right now. All right. Let's see for that to reconnect. Very bad signal down into the areas right now. Also, guys, this is a great way to kind of let everyone else know what's going on in your neck of the woods. Some of you might be driving today. Again, this is something, whenever we issue alert days like this, I want to give you guys some transparency on our thoughts here. So when we have alert days, it means that there is a good chance you're going to have some impactful travel. Now, on Wednesday, we issued one because the potential worst case scenario would have been really bad. A lot of ice, a lot of freezing rain, wet snow. Thankfully, it didn't happen. And we are more than happy to have a bust. We're willing to admit that it was a bust, and we're happy for it. Today, again, we have a similar situation. It has a high bust potential, but it's one of those play it by ear, see how temperatures are in the morning, because that's how we can confirm that the forecast will be on point. And again, as I mentioned, Mohawk Valley, going to be seeing a good shot for some freezing rain today. Based off of your reports, based off of the wind direction, based off of the temperatures, it's not favorable for a lot of melting in the Mohawk Valley today. So that's why. And you know, here's the thing too, because you know, some of you have to go to work. Some of you can't just call out. You can't work from home. Myself included. I have to go to work too. So I drive on the same roads you guys drive in. So I'm only sharing information based off something that I would tell myself on what to do for the day. So anytime we have these type of events, always good to understand that we're thinking based off of safety on roads, especially in a day like today, where that for freezing rain, in my opinion, and I think a lot of meteorologists will agree, freezing rain is probably the most dangerous of those mixed precip types. Snow can be dangerous, obviously, but you know, it can be shoveled, you can plow it, and you can see it. That's the thing. You can see it. Sleet, yes, it's slippery. You can see it. Freezing rain, it's dangerous because it might look like a wet road until you drive on it and realize it's an ice rink. And it's also way more slippery, obviously, way more slippery than snow. And when you get a freezing rain scenario, we always take it seriously, no matter what. I'd rather let you guys know than just say, you know what, there's a high bust potential. I don't want to risk my credibility as a meteorologist. I'm not going to say it. So that's basically our thoughts with this event here. Amy goes, just like, looks like just rain in Brookfield for now. Thank you for that report. Yeah, it looks like we got more of a warm sector over here. So based off of the current conditions, I'll give you guys an update of what I'm thinking right now. So let's start drawing. Pardon my drawing skills here. So basically anywhere in this zone, we've got rain. Now, there might be some mixing in the hilltops, and then correct me if I'm wrong here. And then we have basically right through here, we have freezing rain. Now, we might have some pockets of rain and freezing rain right now up here, but we still have to erode some of that warm air near the surface. So I might say, well, I mean, we might have some sleet here too. Let me just make sure there were reports of sleet. Yes, there are reports of sleet in here. So I'm going to move the sleet and freezing rain right there. And let's see. Any confirmations of freezing rain or sleet in this area here? If you live in Oneida County, any reports? I kind of want to have an update on what's going on right now. Or if you're in this area and you see anything else other than rain, let me know. I kind of want to have a general idea of what's going on across the area here to give you guys a perspective, because the radar might not tell the whole story. Okay, Columbus have slush and sleet. All right, so I'm going to add sleet to here. Rain in Clinton, thank you. Amy goes, is that freezing rain in New Hartford? The radar is telling us, but I need to await confirmation, just because the radar might estimate incorrectly. And then once we get these ground reports, then I can kind of figure out how the radar is telling the story here, and then give you guys the most accurate report here. All right. I'm checking my other posts as well on Facebook. Light rain, freezing rain in Herkimer. Okay. that looks to be the case here. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to, just because the warm layer is more erosive, I'm going to put the freezing rain here and the sleet south here. Sleet in Cooperstown. Freezing rain in South Utica now. Okay, freezing rain reported in South Utica. Anyone else reporting freezing rain in the Utica area? Light freezing rain in Rome. Rain in Rome. Thank you, Lacey. I'm just seeing your picture now. Yes, it looks like it's rain and it's just starting to freeze over. Yeah, you've got that very thin layer of slush. Yep, that's freezing rain. All right, so picture confirmations here. Okay. So South Utica reporting freezing rain. Let's see. I'm going to do freezing rain and rain right now. So that's what we got. Is that what we're thinking here? Town of Manheim seeing sleet. Okay. So we got a lot of variability here. Okay, freezing rain New York Mills, freezing rain in Oriskany. Okay. This is definitely coming together with the radar scans now. Thank you guys so much. Your help is more than appreciated right now because this is helping us out with the forecasting here. So based off of that, let me remove all of this nasty stuff here. So I can kind of look at this image here and tell you guys this is probably a very accurate radar signature here. We always want to make sure we have the accurate ground reports beforehand, and that seems to be the case here. So we've got freezing rain right now in the Mohawk Valley. All right, Richfield Springs DPW reports mostly sleet in Richfield Springs, isolated spots of freezing rain. Thank you for that report. Stay safe out there, guys. Richfield Springs. Shout out to the DPW crews out there this morning, keeping our roads clear. Let's see. So for some reason, it looks like they have a bit of a warm sector there in Richfield Springs. It's more of a sleet mix. I'm going to look at our correlation coefficient here. I kind of want to see what's going on. So Richfield Springs. All right. So we've got sleet in the atmosphere here, and it's moving into the Mohawk Valley. Everywhere is reporting mixing. This is a lot of sleet. This is probably the most I've seen mixing in the atmosphere in quite a while here in the radar scans. All right, so let me switch back to radar. Lacey goes, a little pink pocket below Hamilton, upper right in Norwich, where my location is. Upper right in Norwich. Okay, yeah, so, of course, yeah, Columbus. I've driven through there a few times. Yeah, you were in that pocket there of freezing rain. And, of course, the radar is trying to indicate snowfall, but it's very close to a sleety snow here. It's maybe not quite exactly the snow you might experience usually. Sleet and freezing rain in Plainfield. Thank you for the report there. Rachel asks, do we know if this will be an all-day event or turn to all rain later? Great question. This will be a wintry mix event right up until the early afternoon. We're going to see a dry slot briefly, maybe some patchy freezing drizzle. It won't be entirely dry, just slightly more dry. And in the evening, we're going to see the arrival of the backside of the system here, producing some snow showers here. And I'm going to zoom out so you guys can see it. There's the broad area of the system. Here's the initial wave we're seeing right now. It's shifting north. The backside of this is going to move its way into our area as we head into the evening hours. So I'll show the skycast maybe a little bit, but for now, I'm going to show a bit more of the temperatures actually, because I kind of want to see the current conditions. So Rome, let's see what Rome is reporting right now. Officially, Griffiths and Rome reporting light rain. Hamilton Airport, unknown precip, no confirmation yet there. Norwich reporting light rain. Binghamton Airport reporting freezing rain, fog, and mist. Let's zoom into the temperatures here. We've got 30s up in the Adirondacks, low 30s. Yeah, we've got that fringe temperature here in the Mohawk Valley, 33, going down to 32. There we go. In Fort Plain, 31 Little Falls. And again, we have that east wind here that's going to produce that freezing rain potential across much of the Mohawk Valley. We head south. Let's see. Richfield Springs reported 29 degrees. It's interesting how it's still rain there. Based off those temperatures, I don't expect it to be rain for long. But you notice out to the other part of the Unadilla River here in Shenango County, you got some warmer temperatures here. So this is where that warm slot's going to be, and likely cut down on some of those sleet, freezing rain, or snow totals out to the west. So let's go back to the radar here. I'm going to talk about a few more minutes, but I do want to save my voice. Whoops. I do want to save my voice. So what I'll probably do is I will leave the radar and everything like that up. And I will let you guys know when I come back, time frame, and kind of see what's going on here. All right, I'm just going to look at some live cameras here. If anything looks unique, I'll put them up. Let's see. Utica looks like rain right now. I cannot see in the video if it's freezing rain. Cooperstown image is still not updating just yet. Hopefully it does pretty soon. And Oneonta still waiting for that. So I'll leave the radar imagery up for you guys. I am going to set again, I'm going to make my winter precipitation thing here for you guys. Local storm reports. Let me see if anyone has any reports. Okay, nothing. So, again, if you're just tuning in, before I sign off for a little bit, I'll leave the live stream up. Freezing rain in the Mohawk Valley. That's where the brunt of this is going to be today. Freezing rain pockets in the Mohawk in the Utica Rome area. You got some hilltop locations here seeing some freezing rain. In the valleys, it's more of a rain mix. You got some sleet mixing in as well. And this is probably the best way to view the current conditions here locally. Radars might not have, some radar apps or whatnot might not have the accuracy of this. So I'll leave this up for you guys. You guys can check it out. I'm going to leave it live streaming up. Let's say I will come back around 8:45 if things are looking worse, or 9 a.m. I'll be here on every hour. I'll leave this live stream up until we do our noon show today. So we'll have plenty of coverage today. And of course, meteorologist James DeFazio will be in this afternoon as well. So if things still look pretty dicey, he'll be live streaming too. We will have wall-to-wall coverage of this for you guys to make sure you guys are prepped for this. All right. So drive safe out there. Again, freezing rain in the Mohawk Valley, freezing rain in the Utica Rome area. And we've got some sleet mixing into the hills of Otsego County, rain in those green zones, and again, more freezing rain in pink. So I'm going to sign off a little bit, and I will catch you guys at 9 a.m. Thank you. I didn't realize I was muted. All right, let's recap what's going on. My apologies. So, what's going on right now is we have a lot more mixing taking place in those Southern Valley locations. I'm going to take a live view in Cooperstown, where you can see the snow is falling. And this is about maybe as much snow as you'll see all day long. The next time you might see snowfall will be closer to the evening hours. That warmer air will be slowly mixing in. So here's a snapshot of Cooperstown. Let's go to Oneonta, where we have some of that snow falling right there. Looks like it's even barely snowfall. And those of you in Oneonta can let me know ahead of time what's going on there. But nonetheless, we've got valley locations down here, still seeing some of that mixing, switching over to freezing rain. And then in the Mohawk Valley, any new reports in the Mohawk Valley? I'm going to check some of our stats here. It looks as if it's snowing in Hamilton now. Temperatures at 32 in Fort Plain, 34 Little Falls. Okay. All right, I'm just checking some stats here. Salisbury Center is snowing. Freezing rain, Bridgewater. Freezing rain in Ilion about an hour ago. Sleet turning over to snow in Forestport. Freezing rain, Oneonta. Freezing rain, Marcy. Grapple on top of HCC Hill. So just, okay, we have north of Herkimer, we have some of that snow moving in. Let's see. All right. Yeah, so we do have a lot of mixing taking place right now. And let me look at some roadways here. All right, roadways. The thruway, excuse me, the thruway does not look that bad right now. A lot of the traffic cameras in the Mohawk Valley just aren't working. Go figure in a day like today. All right, yeah, so I'm missing a lot of live cameras from that area early this morning. So, again, your ground reports are very vital. So, yes, all right, so report of rain in Little Falls here too. So it really is extremely volatile what's going on right now. But I will say much of that cold air damming will be focused in the Little Falls, Mohawk Valley area. Now, if you're just tuning in, if you did not watch earlier, I'm going to explain the process on what cold air damming is and why it's a concern for freezing rain. So basically, in a situation like this, you've got, let me outline the Mohawk Valley here. So we got the Mohawk Valley right there. Obviously, I encompass more of the Utica outside area, but you get the gist. So it is cold. It's right around freezing. It's 32, 31, 33 degrees. And there is an east wind, all an east wind getting carried through the Mohawk Valley. Now, this is all cold. In the process, we've got warm air moving over top of that cold pocket of air. And what it's doing is it's initially falling as rain. The rain is moving in, and as it hits the Mohawk Valley, it starts to freeze on contact. And that's how you get freezing rain and sleet and that wintry mix. And that's all because of the wind direction. And we were waiting for this signal here, and sure enough, it's there. So this means it's going to be pretty slippery in a lot of spots in the Mohawk Valley for much of the next few hours. But basically, that's what's called overrunning. You have all that warm air overrunning the cold air, which is trapped near the surface. So that's the gist of that here. And of course, once I put on the live radar, you can see, of course, a lot of that is below freezing there. So radar and satellite, I want to show you guys what's going on in the bigger picture. We have a dry slot coming in, probably closer to around 11 o'clock noontime. It's right here. And it's moving its way north right now. So once this slot moves through, it's going to quiet down quickly. So the brunt of this is happening right now in the morning hours. And as you progress throughout the day, of course, this is going to be a bit more dry. As we look out to the west, this dry slot pretty much carries itself until the backside low arrives this evening. This right here moves in closer to sunset and beyond. And then what we see over here, all this backside snowfall, is what will be arriving tonight through Saturday, albeit a bit lighter. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of impacts here. The time frame, again, this is the brunt of the system right now. That warm front is pushing its way north. So any additional questions? If not, I'll leave the radar scans up here. Aside from any other major updates, this is still going to be a pretty slippery morning out there early today. Let me put on the correct scale there. All right, any other storm reports here? Oneonta at 9:01, mixed rain and ice pellets. Mixed rain and snow at 8:54. And just outside the hills near Lawrence, reporting some snow and grapple. Roads are covered fast in Columbus, huge snowflakes. I bet, especially in those higher elevations. Actually, what I'm going to do, let me move the Cooperstown camera a little bit for you guys. So let me load up Cooperstown. Here's a scene there. All right. Moving the camera. Might be delayed a little bit. There we go. All right. Here's a better shot here. You can kind of see more of the roads. Oneonta. I'll move the camera around a little bit too here for you guys. Here's the scene in Oneonta. All right, let's move this a little bit. Maybe zoom out a little bit. I'm not sure what I might do with Oneonta just yet. For one, I'm going to zoom out slightly. See the time delay for this. All right. Come on, Oneonta. There we go. turning down the exposure to. It takes a little bit to reach the signal there in Oneonta. We're sending out signals from Utica going all the way down to the city. There we go. Okay, that's a better shot of Oneonta. How about that, guys? So there's the scene of Oneonta, and of course you have the cameras right above me here. You can see Cooperstown, Oneonta, our tower cam in Utica, and of course our Nexus Center camera, which if I go here, we've got freezing rain hitting the camera there. This type of scenario, the freezing rain will collide with it. And I'm going to turn on the wiper here. To see if it moves away. There we go. That can get rid of some of that stuff on the camera. There we go. All right. So now we have a better viewpoint of a lot of stuff. Now we do not have a wiper on our tower cams. You guys can kind of see the freezing rain somewhat collecting on our camera here. But anyways, again, the latest trend right now, a more freezing rain, sleet type scenario. Don't expect a lot of accumulation regarding snowfall. This will not be a major snow event. Let's see, I'm load up Oneonta or Cooperstown here one more time. You kind of see the type of roadways that's it's producing here in Cooperstown. We've got some slushy roads here. We've got some minor accumulation, more of a sleety type snow passing through the area there. So again, drive safe, guys. So far, nothing major to share for obvious reasons. The Mohawk Valley, seeing that sleet and freezing rain, even some rain mixing in as well. Some reports of rain up north in your Old Forge. Again, it is trended warmer, so some of you up there might be seeing a bit more in terms of that sleet, snow, rain mix. And then largely elevation based as you head farther south. The hills are going to see more mixing. The valleys are going to see more rain. So that's it for the 9 o'clock a.m. update. Unless, of course, something urgent comes in, you'll see me beforehand, but I'll be back at 10 a.m. with any additional updates on this event. Either way, I'll leave the radar up for you guys. The camera is right above me. Yeah, you can kind of see them in the distance there, see what's going on. You might be able to see the snow falling in Oneonta there. I try to make it as big as possible without, of course, blocking everything else. So, but either way, stay safe out there, guys, and I'll see you back here again at 10. I will be back at 10:30. I have something coming up behind the scenes here I have to work on. So I'll see you guys at 10:30. All right, guys, showing up a little earlier now. So we got some mixing taking place still right now. I'd be here for about a half hour listing off every location and the transitions that have taken place over the last, say, half hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Nonetheless, we've just got a mixed bag of everything out there early today. So let's recap what's been going on over the last hour or so. You can see this band of snow, freezing rain, sleet, you name it, passing over the area. And of course, as I mentioned, just west of Utica, that's really where much of that mixing is switching over to mainly rain. So let's take a look at Cooperstown right now where, well, you got maybe a bit less in terms of snow, maybe more of a sleet. Oneonta, are we live here? Looks like got a frozen image briefly. Well, let's go to downtown Utica right now where you can see, of course, it's collecting on the lens there. Obviously, you go to lowest elevations, the roads are not that bad out there right now. But nonetheless, something to watch out for, some of those higher elevations. So radar and satellite, you can see here showing that front continuing to move its way more north and east, kind of slingshotting a little bit. And we do have that dry slot working its way in right now. So this is going to be producing some quieter weather in the early afternoon. So if you're hoping for maybe a lull in some of this, maybe worrying about any rain or sleet or anything like that, it'll be ending shortly. Going through some of the comments here. Glenda goes, rain, then fat, wet flakes, then rain coming down here in Oneonta. Roads are covered in slush. Yeah, anything to explain that mixed bag of weather you're seeing right now, that's pretty much self-explanatory. Freezing rain reported by Jesse in the town of Ohio. Let's see. Wet snow has begun in Boonville. Thank you to Debbie for that report there. Heavy wet snow in Herkimer. Thank you to Elaine for that report. So again, there's a lot of variability here. Still, just be extra cautious in the roadways early today as this system continues to shift its way north. Temperature-wise, we are still hovering in the 30s right now, right around that freezing point. It's officially, I believe, to be rain in Rome. It's cloudy in Hamilton. A few snow showers heading down to the Albany area. But again, I don't expect a lot of snowfall over there. Actually, I'm going to go back here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on some of these temperatures because I kind of want to see the more closer scale here. So in the low 30s up north, we're still in the low to mid 30s in the Mohawk Valley here. That's where you got that mixing taking place in, say, for example, Little Falls and some of those higher elevations, Cooperstown, Cherry Valley, Hessville. You're in the low 30s, so you got some of that snow working its way in as well. Same story today. That mixing is the main concern in the early afternoon. It does dry up briefly before more of that mix and snowfall arrives as we head into this evening. And again, a recap of the time frame here. This is what we're seeing right now. I'm going to zoom over to the side here. You guys can see this. And as we head into the early afternoon, you see that dry slot working its way in. It's going to cut down on the amount. There might still be some patchy freezing drizzle. Can't rule that out. But a lot of this will be ending. At least a lot of the brunt of this will be ending before at least more of a mix potential arrives as we head into the evening hours through the post-sunset hours tonight. So something to watch here as you see that backside of the system roll through. This weekend is actually a little snowy, not that bad out though. We have some scattered snow showers. But besides that, today, again, the next few hours, likely the highest impact time frame here right now, just based off how things are trending. So I'll head back to the radar. No major updates right now, so I will send it back to the regular live stream. And after this, Meteorologist James DeFazio will be coming in, and then after that, we'll see if it warrants additional live streams this afternoon. I do think we might hold off on the live streams this afternoon just because of that dry slot. But again, brunt of this is still happening right now. So again, if you're watching, just send in your reports. It's extremely beneficial for a lot of you, especially that are just looking at this live stream and hoping to figure out what's happening in your neck of the woods. More or less, it's basically everything but the kitchen sink, for a lack of a better analogy here. Sean says, keep changing from sleet to snow and inlet. Yeah, thank you, Sean, again, for all the reports up in inlet this morning. Super help figuring out what's going up in the Adirondacks because, again, not a whole lot of reports up there in terms of current conditions. And in fact, a lot of uncertainty up there when it comes to the mixing taking place. So, again, stay safe driving out there. It's not that bad, but could be a lot of icy spots. And if you do encounter some freezing rain on the roadways, you might not notice it right away. It might look like regular rainfall until you hit it and you start sliding. Thankfully, this is happening during the daytime. This would be a lot worse if this was heading into sunset and the sun isn't providing that daytime heating. Of course, as you remember that, the sun angle is increasing. It just gets less and less difficult, or I should say less and less easy for the cold air to linger longer. But in this case, we still have cold air damming in the Mohawk Valley. So with that in mind, that freezing rain potential is still there. So I'll be coming back around 11 a.m. And if things don't change, I'll sign off. And of course, I'll have more updates on this coming up in our news channel 2 at noon broadcast. And of course, additional updates for your weekend forecast as well. So stay tuned. All right, guys, I am back about a minute or so early, kind of going over what's going on here. Like for more people to tune in a little bit before I begin again. In the meantime, I'm just going to do a few more things behind the scenes here before I start mentioning the current conditions and what to expect going forward. Okay, so time is just hitting 11 a.m. and we've got some pretty sloppy roads out there. A lot of reports coming in of some interesting photos. Well, can I load these in here? I'm going to see if I can. I might not be able to load these photos in. I'm learning technology right now as we speak. Okay. Well, it looks like I might not be able to load them, but maybe I can. Um, hmm. Well, I'll see if it cuts me off for video if I do this. Okay. Hopefully, you guys are able to still hear me right now. I'm outside of the graphic system right now. Okay. Let's try this out here. Can I get this to work? I think I might be able to. All right. Let's see if this works. How about that? Well, it's lower quality than I would want it to be, but either way, this is a snapshot of a road here locally. This was sent in to us by Lauren Baylor. You can see just how sloppy some of the roads are in some sections of the area here. So you got to watch out for something like this. Now, I'm going to go out of this and let's see. I'm able to load up Cooperstown. Yes. Okay. So beforehand, Cooperstown saw some fresh snowfall. Now it's kind of like a wintry mix right now. We head to downtown Utica, where, of course, Oriskany Boulevard or Oriskany Street, as you see here, will be mainly clear, but those side roads will definitely be a little sloppy, especially in hilltop locations. So still, there are some incredibly slippery roads out there, and you want to plan accordingly, guys, as this front rolls through. So let's go back to the radar. Now, we've got some good news. So you see this moving its way north. That is the leading edge of this front. And once this passes us, we're going to see some of this snowfall slowly, or at least this wintry mix, slowly taper off to the north. And we've got this dry slot working its way in that will eventually produce at least some drier conditions, maybe a few spotty areas of freezing drizzle and showers, but the brunt of the snowfall chance will be over and done with for much of the day today. So, okay, so Desi goes freezing rain in Herkimer. Sean says still steady sleet in inlet. Okay, that was kind of what my assumption would be for a lot of the Adirondacks today, was kind of like a sleet mix. I would have been surprised based off of those temperatures to see a mainly snow event, but that sleet definitely is realistic there. So, yes, freezing rain still in sections of the Mohawk Valley. Watch out for ice accumulation. Again, freezing rain personally is the most dangerous of all the precip types, just because of how little you need to cause impacts and the fact that it's very difficult to distinguish between wet roadways. Before you know it, you're pressing the brakes and your car keeps going. So that's why we issue alert days for days like today. So right now, the overall trend, as I mentioned, it's shifting north. We're going to see some quieter weather move in probably around noontime through much of the early afternoon. The evening is when we start to see the backside of the system roll through. We take a look at the radar and satellite. The backside is all the way out over here, and it's going to take a little bit for it to reach us, but it will eventually reach us as we head into the evening hours, likely around or after sunset. So in the meantime, let's see if I can load up some images. Oh, there are. Wow. Okay. Geez, we have got a lot of accidents on the thruway. My goodness. I did not even notice this. Okay, I'm going to go through them. So between Canajoharie and Alien and Mohawk, there's a crash near Sand Hill. Starting at 10:16, right after exit 29, eastbound. Another eastbound crash. That might be the same one, actually. Another crash on the thruway eastbound before Little Falls. Another crash between Herkimer and Little Falls, westbound. And a crash on the thruway between exit 31, between Herkimer and Utica. I'm trying to load up some cameras here to kind of see what's going on here. The cameras are all down. This is not good. Well, the Little Falls exit camera is working. All right, I'm looking at Canajoharie right now. The roads, I mean, there are some clearing, but it does look very sloppy. All right. So road conditions, again, in the Mohawk Valley, definitely not the best right now. Freezing rain, almost a sleet, heading down the Mohawk Valley through the thruway. A lot of accidents reported, several accidents reported along the thruway. And again, that's just on the thruway. I can't guarantee there's probably something else in some other locations as well. But yeah, it's one of those mornings where you definitely want to be extra careful on the roads. Just don't travel for the next couple of hours if you don't have to. Once the roads start clearing up a little bit, a better opportunity this afternoon to go do it. So right now on I don't have my traffic tracker open. Of course, it's the one graphic I did not add to our live stream just when I wanted it to when I needed it. Let's see. Can I load this? Looks like I won't be able to. But actually, well, here's what I can do. I'll look up the locations here. So let's see, Kanjahari here. So I'm going to put a text. So right here, this is the details. Let me pop it up. It's down here near Kanjahari. So right near Sand Hill. So right about here is the crash there. So again, this is in the eastbound direction, reported by the Thruway Authority. We've got another one heading up the Thruway here toward, let's see, right near the curve going from St. Johnsville down to Kanjahari. So that would be right about here. We have another accident heading up in between Mindenville and Little Falls, right about here. We have a fourth one heading between Little Falls and Herkimer near Jacksonburg. That would be right about here. And then we have another accident along the thruway just outside of Utica. And that is right about here. So we have 5 accidents reported on the thruway right now. James Afazio is behind me. He just came in.
Yes. Let's just say if you don't have to drive, don't. Roads are an absolute mess. Even where it has transitioned over to rain in East Utica, where I departed from, roads have turned from snow, sleet, slush, from snow and sleet over to slush. And that slush is enough to pull your tire. It's enough to make you skid. If you're going too fast, you will fishtail. It requires extra stopping distance. So roads right now really rough. As I encountered higher terrain as I approached Smith Hill, things only got worse. And that's going to be the case if you head east of Utica, if you head north of Utica, or if you head across any hilltop on today. It's going to certainly be elevation driven. But if you don't have to drive, I can't stress it enough. I did not enjoy the drive I just had. It was not fun. It is very, very messy out there. The one word I can describe it as perfectly is, despite whether you're seeing a sleet-snow mix or a rain-sleet mix, it is sloppy. Very, very sloppy road conditions.
And that's kind of like what our emphasis was on for today. Trying to get the camera to track. Here we go. That today it was less about the amounts. It was much more focused around the conditions, the nature of the slush, of the sleet. Even our Skywatcher Sean up in Inlet reporting, he went from a variety of things. Now it's sleet, a sleety.
Interesting.
Yeah. So the warm air has moved in, but I was mentioning to a lot of people tuning in this morning that we've got that east wind in the Mohawk Valley right now. So that east wind, I mean, we go to the temperatures here, and it's
You can see where it locks the cold air in.
Yeah, like 29 in Johnstown. That east wind is not going to give you guys any serious warmth today. Yes, officially 34 Little Falls, but I mean, we have reports of freezing rain in a lot of those spots.
The Dolgeville, Salisbury area is going to be a rough spot today for temperature wise with this east wind. Little Falls as well, Fort Plain. As this east wind continues to funnel down the valley, we're going to continue to see that cold air dam down, inlet down to 31, I see as well.
Oh, yeah, look at that, inlet 31. I mean, heading up north that way, you're going to get snow up in the high peaks areas. Yeah, I mean, we're still at the 33-degree mark. Like that's characteristic of freezing rain potential there. The warmest spots, I mean, down here in Shenango County, where, that's a lot of that warm air is surging. And in the southern valleys, you guys have the south wind, and the valleys are oriented in the south-north direction. So that's going to cut down on some of the valley spots. But I mean, for example, let me see if Oneonta is still loading up here. Yeah, I mean, it's no longer appears to be snowing compared to earlier, but either way, it was snowing, and it's still kind of a wintry mix out there. I'll draw this little graph again for those of you just tuning in regarding the cold air damming effect. Let's see. Let me turn this off. So basically, you have the Mohawk Valley right here. You've got cold air getting trapped as an east wind near the surface is pushing that cold air this way, and it's kind of trapped in that zone there. And then as you have warmer air surging above it, there's nothing kind of pushing that air out because you've got all the Adirondacks up here.
And the warm air is happy to rise over the cold air.
Yes.
So that's where we lead to the elevated temperatures aloft, and that's where it ends up with this mixed precipitation at the surface.
And with this, I mean, you're going to get, like, this is a typical freezing rain type setup. You have that warm air over top that cold air, which doesn't want to move because cold air is more dense than warm air. So in the process, you're going to get that freezing rain potential through much of the Mohawk Valley, and basically just a wintry mix. It's everything but the kitchen sink, for lack of a better term here. So, but again, I turn that radar, and you can really see that evident there. The temperatures prove it, the conditions prove it, the radar proves it. So it's
nasty.
Yeah,
you don't have to go north or west, or excuse me, north or east of Utica. Don't. I should say all of us. If you could avoid travel. I think we all saw at least a little bit of wintry precipitation, even areas western Oneida County. I know Sam, our meteorologist, Sam Western, reported a mix of sleet and sleet with the rain. So all of us saw a mix at the very least. There's a little bit of wintry precipitation for all of us, with the lone exception maybe being southern Shenango and central Shenango counties. But the main roads, slushy. And not terrible if you have an all-wheel drive or a four-wheel drive vehicle. I was seeing some cars struggle within the city of Utica, spinning in the slush. That only got worse again as you increased in elevation up through Schuyler, up through up into Deerfield as we approach Smith Hill. My ride up Grace Road, which is the alternate route across from Smith Hill, was very treacherous. That road had about a half inch of sleet on it, and it was very, very hard to get any traction at all.
Yeah,
even with all-wheel drive in a truck.
Yeah, and it's always a reminder that you always travel based off of the conditions, and I feel like a lot of times, people hold on four-wheel drive and they have snow tires, and no matter what. Ice has no discrimination against what type of tire you have. You're basically just putting your car on skates when you brake fast, and that's the thing here. And again, I always want to keep stressing that our biggest concern with freezing rain being the most dangerous of those types, because for one, you can't even see it sometimes. It might look like a wet road. Before you know it, you're braking and your car keeps going.
It can happen so fast.
Yes, and two, you don't need a lot of it. With snow, you get a dusting of snow on the roadways. You have good tires, you're okay. With ice, you get a light coating, if that, and your car's slipping and sliding.
You don't know what's there.
Yeah,
you're in trouble.
So, I'll let you get set up here, James. I'm going to answer a few
Yes.
questions here.
Thank you. I'm gonna go get logged in.
All right, perfect. Um, so Veronica asks, when would you call it safe to leave Utica to head towards Central Square? Conditions are going to improve over the next few hours here, at least as this initial round of a wintry mix shifts its way north. So I would say closer to 1 to 2 o'clock. You've got that wiggle room in the early afternoon. As we head into the evening, after sunset, that's when things start to get a bit more on the dicey side. Um, let's see. I'm checking some YouTube comments now. Again, we are multi-streaming on several platforms here. 33.8 in Utica right now with rain and freezing rain. Thank you for that report. Let's see. Any other reports here? Hazel goes, any prediction of how the Southern Tier will be traveling wise this evening? Southern Tier in the evening, let's go right to our Skycast. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about for travel conditions for the Southern Tier. I'm not exactly sure how much of the Southern Tier we're talking, but I'm going to go down to the what I would define as the Southern Tier, basically anywhere south of Route 23. So this is 5 p.m. We're in the dry slot. 7 o'clock, you've got that rain, the leading edge. 7 to 9 as we start seeing that snow work its way in again. I think for the Southern Tier, it won't be a lot, but there's will be enough to coat some roadways early Saturday morning. So if you are traveling in the Southern Tier, you've got a time frame today where conditions will be improved for as best as I can tell you there. All right, back to the radar and satellite here. So, again, the basics of what's going on today. You've got that warm front moving in. It's colliding with cold air. You've got that freezing rain, the wintry mix, and dicey road conditions across a lot of the area. So, for right now, I think I'm going to sign off for a little bit. Pretty consistent forecast across much of the area right now based off of current observations. Again, a huge shout out to all you sending in your reports. They are extremely beneficial. You guys have no idea how much of help you guys are today. Just by simply telling what's going on right now. I mean, we have the ability to say what we're seeing on the radar is confirmed. And that is huge. So again, a huge thank you to all you guys. So I'll leave the radar up for the time being. I'm going to go back to the live radar segment here. And I will leave it up. If nothing warrants me coming back, we will shut off the stream at noon. We are going to go live on CBS Utica for our noon newscast. You can see the updates there, the latest forecast. And following that, anything warranting any updates, meteorologist James DeFazio and Bill Cardis will be in this evening, potentially doing another live stream, or of course just being on air for any additional updates. But this is the worst of it really right now based off what we're seeing. So again, just hold off on travel if you don't have to, and just wait for the conditions to slowly improve over this afternoon. So we'll see you in a little bit, guys. Whew. All right, guys. I just made a walk outside to start, or at least to start some of our news trucks. And let me tell you, it is bad up here on Smith Hill. It is really bad. Definitely avoid travel if needed. It is very dicey, especially in the hilltop areas. You had north and east of Utica. It is just downright a sleety, freezing rain mess. Would definitely not want to drive in this. So we got a lot of stuff coming in right now. 1 second. I'm going to turn off our stream here because we're going to be setting up for our noon show today. So you'll catch us right here on CBS Utica at noon with all the latest. All right, guys.